Alright. Get rid of all these, because I was working on some heavy rocks before. Okay. Alright. Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream, everybody. If you're new here, hi, I'm Ashley. What I usually do on these streams is just a bunch of sculpting from a sphere. You know, we're not really looking at this as more than just a digital sketchbook kind of an idea. Like, this is something you could absolutely take to whatever pipeline it is that you want to as an idea if you wanted to clean it up. But we aren't doing this with the intention of putting it in a game or putting it in film or, you know, printing it or anything like that. It's quite literally just to have fun and sketch. So if that's your thing, we're going to be going for 4 hours. Feel free to ask questions in the chat as we go. I usually do, you know, either it's going to be something really abstract or it's going to be just something from a sphere, really. That's what it is. So we're not really going off of any reference or concept that exists right now. We're just kind of concepting on the go. We're sketching on the go. So let me know if you have any questions as we are doing what we're doing, and yeah, we're gonna get going. We're gonna get going. Here, I'll turn the music down just a wee bit. I think it was a little loud the last time. Hey Flop, how are you doing? How's it going? Good to see ya. Good to see ya. Hold on, I gotta do my fly thing. Fly ready to sculpt. Gotta do my putting moisturizer on my hands. Hey Reaper, how's it going? All right. Let's get her done. I don't know what we're gonna do today. All right. You know what we could play around with the remember the last stream that we had, like not on this channel but on our own channel. We decided to play around with the cactus, the snake cactus. Ready to have some fun and chill with the stream? Nice. Do so. Maximum chillage, Flop. Maximum chillage. All right, let's let me try. Let me just like hold up. Let's see. How much is this? How's the resolution on that if I pull it out? Yeah, not too bad. Maybe I'll make it a little bit bigger so it's not like... All right. And then let's turn on some radial. Maybe a few less. We could do like 6, not 24. Let's just like mess up this sphere a whole bunch. Let's turn it into something. With the snake cactus. Where's our cactus? Hell yeah. Oh! Woo! Okay, let's make some really like messy kind of thing here. And then I'll turn that off. No more radial. Thank you. And then let's just like start moving this around a whole bunch. Let's just like whip it around. Here, we'll do a mirror and weld. There we go. You like it already? Hell yeah! It's looking mighty messed up. Mighty messed up. let's see. So when I'm doing this kind of stuff, I'm literally just like looking for some fun shapes, and then I'm gonna go from there. It'll look nice and crunchy at first, which is excellent, actually. Looks like we have like a floater. Is this guy floating? It is. Let me just get rid of that. Oops. I'm gonna delete hidden on that one. Let's see here. All right, let's like grab the whole side and like, whoops, stretch it, pull it, push it, bop it. No floaters allowed. No, no, they're like loiters. Get them out of here. No floating in this zone. This is a no float designated zone. Hey Robo. Hey Sophia. Hi Andre. Madari, what's good? What's good? Hi Bobbles. You have a question which you ask all the time to all the artists out there. How is we're doing the AI thing again? Every stream has to be about AI. Can I politely decline right now? Hey Gerardo. Yeah, I did say hello. Hello. Ahoy! Oi, Bobbles. Man, that just really threw me off. Now I'm like trying to think, what was I doing with this again? Oh well. Windows ZBrush or the iPad stuff? Depends on what you're doing. Like, I really like the iPad, I just don't use it a whole ton because I'm not out and about. Boot and a boot, as my kind would say. No, we like usually I'm at my computer anyways, so I'm using the PC version of it. I also enjoy having the hotkeys, but the iPad situation is actually very nice if you're on the go and you just use your iPad all the time. I think if you're doing like high fidelity stuff, you're gonna want to be on the PC. But if you're just doing like sketching and things like that, like the iPad's really great. It's also great like if you're in a situation where you're like trying to show somebody in person what you're doing, because you can just kind of like rotate it around in front of their face like this, you know, which is really nice. Yeah, McBobbles is a pretty great name. All right, let's see here. Same thing. Split that off. Maybe I want to like bring this situation in and create more of like a curve that out. Follow these lines through here. Hey Renlato, sculpting with touch feels like you shape it with your hand. Yeah, it is actually quite nice. I like doing anything with my fingers though, like on the iPad still doesn't feel like, I'm not a huge iPad user in general. I'd rather just like either draw on paper or be on my Cintiq. With this Cintiq actually took a little bit of getting used to as well, like the idea of drawing on glass. And I think like the iPad is also just like the feeling of drawing, like moving things on glass gets some getting used to too. Like even if you're used to like a Cintiq, the iPad feeling is also very different. Doesn't mean it's a bad thing. It's very convenient. Just it does require some getting used to. Oops. Bring that one down like this, kind of just like creating some planes within the chaos here. And this little bit in here could probably be like maybe a little bit more, reach it out. A bit like a proboscis. Close that area right there. We're gonna do a Dynamesh on top of this afterwards. Flatten that out. Plane there. And these guys, I actually think I'm gonna bring that in. And I'll do more of like a kind of works. And then we can actually take this and do, because this is pretty close, they're not attached. So if the geometry is not attached, you can actually take the gizmo, hold control and drag in the direction of what it is that you want to mask off. And as long as like you can get it at the right angle, you can actually, sometimes if the geometry is not too crazy, you can actually mask it away. Because it masks based on the flow of topology. Hey, Erpo! Queen of ZBrush. There are plenty of others who are incredibly talented. I cannot... This is not a monarchy. This is democracy. The ZBrush democracy. We don't do monarchy here. You should check out all of the other ZBrush streamers on this channel if you haven't already. ZBrush Live is full of a whole bunch of streamers, a whole bunch of artists. So if you know, like the way that I sketch things is not your cup of tea, there's a whole bunch of other people who do things completely differently on this channel too that I highly recommend you check out. So follow. Have I had the opportunity to see the new ZBrush UI? No, so I'm not in the beta cycle this time around. I didn't have the time, unfortunately. You like the start technique of this sculpt? Yeah, you just make a whole bunch of mess. Like, hey, if you don't know what to do, and you just want to like sketch something, and you don't have a concept or whatever, and you just want to have fun, because I think that's a concept that is lost on a lot of people when they're getting like really into their studies and stuff, is like, you gotta have fun. You gotta have some fun with what you're doing. Remember, art is fun, right? Like, yeah, you gotta be serious about some things, but you also have to have fun. So if you want to just have fun, just kind of throw a whole bunch of shapes down. It's like throwing paint at a canvas and see what you see. Do what you do. Why not? Like I said at the beginning of this stream, this is not like with the intent to specifically go into a game engine or a film pipeline. You could always tailor it to that later, but this right now, as it stands, is simply to play around with some shapes and have some fun, throwing some stuff onto a canvas and defeating the blank canvas. Defeating it. Don't let it control you. This one, I'm just gonna have to... Fine. Whoosh. Whoosh. Hey, Vec, how's it going? Ian, I think, has been very busy. Like, he works a lot. So, I think maybe he streamed recently, or somewhat recently. The way I sculpt and handle the stream, you really love it? Yeah, man, like, I think it's a really fun way to play around. I mean, it's not like how you would do things all the time in production for sure, but it is definitely something to get you loosey-goosey and to explore yourself. And I think that's a really important thing too. I think a lot of people getting into 3D, they have the mindset of a technician, or they have the mindset of like, you know, just get product, you know, go from A to B, you know, in a linear path. But I think it's good for a lot of 3D artists to embrace the artist side as well and explore themselves a little bit more and what their own voice is. And you can break away and start to have a larger, just a larger area to explore in general, and your art and your 3D will improve from that. To maybe like not always just treat it as like a technical process, but it is art as well. That's like, you know, that's where I have come from, is like putting art first, technicality second. Do I put, like, that kind of looks silly if I were to do that. I'm gonna get this in. I'm gonna create like some plane changes in here. And these ones, let's see, how am I gonna make, so if this is gonna be a mouth, now we have to start thinking. So okay, shapes aside, just start thinking a little bit about function. Doesn't need to be overwhelming, but enough so it kind of makes sense. This is going to be some kind of a double, like, split jaw. How is that gonna work? Yeah, that can kind of, right? And then down here, this kind of is interesting too. It gives like that crab. What is it? The horseshoe crab. The underside of the horseshoe crab, kind of. I think this, we need like a break area here. I'll throw this in. And then this whole section down here, I think I can pull up. Oops. Hey, Maddie. Pull that whole section up. Means this. And pull it up. Let's get some kind of like an interesting shape here. Figure out like, okay, where's the bend area in here? And probably crunch all of that detail down. Interesting to have like a larger kind of like, maybe right here. This is more fleshy than anything. Just kind of thinking. I think this also needs to be bigger. We can hit this with a Dynamesh too. Might be a little bit, yeah, it's a little high res right there. So we're gonna lower that. Video of Bobby Rebels. Yes, yeah. He's a great artist. Bobby's great. Bobby's fantastic. I don't know if am I ready for that right now? Yeah, I guess I am. Bobby's come by a few times actually, which has been really neat to see him. I'm glad that he has like his YouTube channel is doing really well. He's a really good artist. I think I'm not like vibing with this, so let's do something here. Kind of interesting to have like that whole like that and do something here. Streamers playing RE9. RE9 is sick. I love the monsters. They're so cool. I'm not gonna say anything, no spoilers, but really, really great. It's a very, very pretty game. I really like their kind of random, but I really like their translucency shader. Keep that there. Probably pull this out more. To do a little bit of simplification here. So this. You started to draw creatures because of him? Oh, that's so nice. You should tell him. I'm sure he'll love that. Anybody who hears that kind of stuff is like, it's a great compliment. That's awesome. Do I usually draw? Yeah, I like to draw. I love drawing. A lot of the drawings that I do are not quite as like, I'm not always doing like creature stuff when I'm drawing a lot of the time because I'm in the I do a lot of work for the animation industry. A lot of the stuff that I do is actually like stylized, cutesy, cartoony. Yeah, I like what's going on in here. I think it's a little like like this thing. I think I can actually swing it as if it were maybe some sort of like an ear. I did draw Pokemon. I did. I love the new starters. I was almost tempted to do a stream today where I just kind of like sculpted the new starters, but I was like, nah. Let's creature it up. Take all of these guys. Actually, before I do that, I'm just gonna quickly create a save for this. Oops, sorry guys, sorry for the bling. My laugh is soothing? Well, alright. Thank you. Sometimes I have to just like remember to pull everything back into the middle of the scene. A lot of the time I'll start doing stuff like willy-nilly and it'll just fling way off into the distance. You can send whips. That's in art whips and questions if you want. I was gonna put a an IMM, but I think I'm gonna do everything with like pieces of geo. I'm not gonna IMM today. I'm just gonna be really rough and loosey with it. Loosey goosey. It's gonna go down. Do. Okay. Great. Something for it to be grabbing onto. Don't know what that is right now, but it's here. Maybe it's a rock. Maybe it's a roll. Just gotta grab onto it. Hey Grimsy, what's good? How you doing? Nice toes. Mmm, delicious, paper thin. Jello pudding. Hey Eduardo, how's it going? Oops. The fuck? Why did I just grab the snip tool? No. Bruh. Bruh. What am I working on? Some kind of a dude grabbing onto something. Some kind of a big dude. Just getting in there, you know? No reference, no. No, we're just doing. Going commando. It'd be laundry day. Oh my god. Like a little bit like a bobcat situation here. Grab both of these, actually all of these. I'm gonna grab all of this and make it a little smaller. Want some zygodactyl action today. Let's give this a little bit of Dynamesh. Do I have backface masking, and is there cons to it? Do I use backface masking? I do use backface masking, mostly when I'm using the clay buildup brush, especially like, you know, on lower, you can see it on my UI over here. I use it for that, just so that I can get thicker pieces on thin geometry. Otherwise, like, I don't really use it for a lot of the other brushes. Some exceptions. When you're using like the snake hook and you put a backface mask on, you can actually get some really cool effects if that's what you're looking for, right? Like you can pull something straight down and leave like a sharp top kind of a thing. Obviously, you know, you turn it on and off depending on what it is that you are doing at the time. It's useful as well for masking. If you put a backface mask on while you're using the mask, that can be good too. Bobby got you one of your first concept art jobs? That's awesome, dude! Look at Bobby just being out here being Bobby. Good morning, John. How's it going? How you doing? Well, good morning to you. Good evening for me. All right, let's try to continue. Like, so I really like right here, we have like those holes. Like, so we're doing a little bit of like the whole kind of almost like bone situation. So I'm gonna like continue that through here. Pull the same shapes. It's very late there. Oh, no worries, Erpo. Thanks for dropping by. Hope you have a good sleep. Such a shame we don't live on a flat earth. How simple life could be. Cooking breakfast, nice. What's for breakfast? What's on the menu? Figure out some sort of like hinge here. Like overall, I guess it would just come down, so it would hinge and then that would be down anyways. That works. Big roar! You're a square earther. The earth is obviously square. It's a big cube, right? Wait, is the earth 3D or is it 2D? think this has to be some sort of like a rock. The big rock pillar. Caw-caw! It says. Blender. Earth is Blender's default cube. Damn, people should really stop deleting it. That's our problem, is people keep deleting it. Stop deleting it. Moon is a trapezoid. Yeah, clearly. Yeah. That's the conspiracy. The Earth was always a default cube. Clearly. Grab this centerpiece. And I'll just split that off. Close holes. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I'm gonna dynamesh this at a higher resolution. Now we have some sort of a tongue thingy. Which make long. Okay, let's turn on transparency so I can see what I'm doing here. Shove it down that hole. Gotta shove the tongue down the hole of the mouth, of the throat. Whenever you talk about like throats and mouths inside of like in the 3D context, even just like saying like, oh yeah, we need to do a mouth bag, that just sounds wrong. Like a mouth sack, it just sounds weird. Moonfall? Have I? I don't know. Hold on, let me just see. I just forget what I've watched. Yeah, I don't think I've seen that one. I don't think I've seen that one. You sure it's amazing? Because it's kind of got decimated in the reviews. Feel like a 35% on Rotten Tomatoes. I'm a beginner. How do you adjust the topology of this model? If you want, okay, this one would need a lot of cleanup. Lots of cleanup. You would first want to make sure everything is more or less clean. Like, this is still very much a sketch. So if you got this to a final state where you had more or less most of your detail going on and you wanted to start retopologizing it, then you would end up decimating it and doing a retopology on top of it. So that's basically optimizing the mesh. You're taking the really high res of the sculpt, and then you are either using a different program or this program to essentially create a lower resolution mesh that will grab all of the main larger shapes of your model, which you can then use to bake down the information of the high resolution mesh down onto the low res mesh. So the next step of this, after, let's say, you know, I got it to a good state, lots of details, everything was good in the sculpt, is to then either bring it over to Maya or Blender, or in ZBrush use either like a Z-remesh, which is not ideal for production because you don't have good topology flow for animating, but it is an option to get a lower resolution mesh. Or you can also do the ZBrush's. ZBrush has like a topology tool now as well, and you're going to basically create a new mesh on top of this mesh that is a lower resolution that you can then create subdivision levels. Yeah, I'm just breaking down the entire workflow for you. I'm not going to go through the entire process, but essentially that's how, like, that's what you would be looking to do after this step. How do you get rid of the Miro holes? You mean the tiny holes? You could just go... You can go ahead and do a geometry edit, like modify topology, and then say close holes right here, this button. I do that so much, I have it on my UI. Have some beer handy. You have to be drinking beer to enjoy that movie. Okay. Fair enough, dude. do need to have this more of like a crouch position. Come back. You got tired while listening to... Okay, well, that's okay. If you're interested in learning the whole pipeline, there are a couple of people on this channel that go through that a little bit more in detail than like what I can offer here, just as like overviews. So check out like the other people on this channel, and they'll be able to give you some pretty good insights. Some people are even like retopologizing and stuff on this channel, so. This back bit. Actually, oh my god, I don't know if you can hear outside, there's like trucks just banging around super freaking loud. Smashing things, dude. Brother, chill. It's gonna be okay. Maybe it's garbage day, maybe that's why. It's probably it. Dude, I don't know if you could hear it. It's so loud. I apologize. You can't hear it? Okay. Hell yeah. Noise gate come through. No. Trim dynamic. Let's do a taper. Really lower. Taper! Yay! Oops. Oh, that's why. My bad. Hee. Yeah. No, no. That would be there. Cool. Work with that. Okay. Dynamesh. Kill. Dynamic. Hell yeah. Just soften all of that. Ugh. Rock sculpting! It always turns into rocks! This stream always turns into rocks now. Hey bro, what are you doing? Oh, you know, some more goddamn rocks. I didn't even, like, it's so second nature at this point to just start doing rocks. Just rocks. That I didn't even realize, oh yeah, I guess I'm sculpting a rock. I just, like, beelined right for the rock. Oh man. Okay, I'm just gonna block in a rock. I'm not gonna go, like, full rock on this stream, I promise. That's funny. Get this, actually I want this piece to stick out more. Make a mess of it and then chip it away. give it a one of these. Lower. Full effect. A rock solid plan. Hey Hamza, how are you? How's it going? The GTA 6 character models, they have their proprietary tools and stuff like that, for sure. Jesus. Grab this. Come in, break this up more. It's gonna be kind of a smooth surface, but I want there to be more depth. Rocks. Okay, just chill with the rocks, man. Now let me refine that rock. There's a bunch of cuts inside of it. "10 years into the future." Yeah, I mean, they're probably doing some crazy stuff for sure. The thing is, though, like, if you've been developing a game for a really long time, chances are you're not using the absolute latest tech for everything, right? Like, if you are starting with one type of an engine, whatever that engine may be, like, let's just take Unreal, for example. Like, devs lock in their engine version at some point, usually early on in the dev process, so that like when more updates come down or whatever, it's just like you have a pipeline that you've created already. So if they have a proprietary engine, then they're gonna lock in essentially what their pipeline is, and things can be built upon to, like, you know, tools on that specific engine. But like if it's been going on for a long time, they're kind of like limited to what they were really like locked in on, if that makes any sense. I know I've been saying locked. Let me just like throw a quick noise on this. Meow. Kind of wrote it in a weird. Maybe I want to do a lighter one. Something a little bit more like that. And mask. Hogwarts Legacy was made with Unreal 4.27, and now we're on 5.7. Yeah, things like, yeah, they advance pretty quickly. So they have to like lock in early on in the dev, and then, you know, more and more tech comes out. How do you make modular? Okay, so I'm not a game dev. I'm just kind of like dipping my toes into Unreal asset creation currently. So when it comes to, from what I gather, when it comes to making modular rocks, if you're looking for like, something that is like, you know, isometric, that's like a whole different thing where you would be creating like tiles for, you know, your dungeons, etc. However, if you're just talking about like a rock that's ending up like, you know, you put it like wherever you want and you can duplicate them everywhere. A lot of the time there's going to be in the shader a world aligned like texture that you apply on top of whatever it is that you bake out initially. So it's kind of like it's going to tile, you know, a tileable texture across like the world space. It's not linked directly to the UVs of your model, and you can do this and project it triplanar in XYZ, XY, or just one one direction as well, and that's also how you would end up getting like moss generators and things like that. So when it comes to big assets, a lot of it is like, okay, you're gonna bake out some of the cavity and etc. inside of Substance, do some custom rock texturing, whatever it is that you may want to do, and then on top of that, when you start building your shader in the game, you're going to have as well like detail normals, world aligned detail normals, etc. So that like if you make it really big in certain circumstances, you know, the normal information isn't like lost. You're gonna have like this noise breakup when you make it really, really big. And if you just duplicate them around, the texture will be somewhat different on all of them because you're gonna have this overlay of the world aligned textures on top of what you're already doing. So that's like what I gather and what I've been playing with. Yeah. Wait, what was I doing with this? What was I doing? Oh, right. If you change around the clay polish settings in here as well, when you're doing a Dynamesh clay polish, you can get some really cool effects. So I use this sometimes on top of whatever it is that I'm doing at the time. I'm gonna come through and do like another trim here to push some stuff back. I think we could actually, before we get into this surface, I'm gonna come through with a little bit more like actual noise. There's some like good brushes from Pablo. I really like the discovery brushes and stuff that he's created. There's a lot here to have some fun with. So if you're ever like, oh yeah, you need like more rock texture on top of your rock texture, just kind of come through with some of this. Very nice. Kind of throw it on directionally, and it like stacks and layers. You can start like breaking it up. Alternatively too, you can also like go ahead and grab like the Quixel Mega Scans if you wanted something like super realistic and not stylized at all. And then just edit those at a super high resolution. And something that's really cool that you could do when you're doing like rock stuff, if you're doing a lot of like back and forth with like the trim dynamic, because trim dynamics like a really, really good brush to use for, you know, rock sculpting, is when you're holding the smooth brush. So like open up your, press B, hold the smooth brush, and you can replace the smooth brush with something like the trim dynamic. So you can go back and forth with like trim dynamic and then like your brush that you're using instead of smooth if you wanted to. And then another really good one too, I just like, actually outside of these brushes, is the slash brush. I really like this one for rocks too. Kind of create like a big cut. Can create some good like what are they called? Plateaus? This is still low res, so if you wanted to, you know, do this at a higher resolution, you give it some juice. Give it that Dynamesh. I think I can probably pull this out. More interesting shape. Yeah, the brush pack's on his website. High guard crashing out be a lesson to you devs to put odd take. And also, like, can I just say something? Like, that's like really charged, because when you start attacking devs, you're attacking regular people that are just doing their job, doing art. And they're usually very passionate about what they're doing. So, I guess check yourself, chill. Hold on, one sec. I gotta turn my camera off just for a second. My nose is so itchy. One sec. Okay, sorry about that. But yeah, the high guard situation is not like, I think people are just being really nasty about that. They're just being so nasty about it. For anybody who's not like terminally online too, you might not have seen, there was like this entire campaign of hate directed at those devs, and it's just like at this point it's just like a really tired thing. We don't need to be doing that. Like, if you don't want to play the game, just don't play the game, you know? If it's not something that you like, then just don't play it. It's still on the rock. People coming in like, hey, so this is not creature sculpting. Correct. Not yet. that's too intense, I think. We could probably lower that. And we can come in with a little bit more. Maybe... What kind of... I guess this is more like... We could go like more... shale, in a sense. That's not quite what I'm looking for. Controlled layered. What? You're freaking me out. Okay, he's freaking me out. Hold on, I just gotta go check. Gotta go check when he's like, my dog's like, hey, there's something out there. I gotta go check. It's freaking me out. One sec. I'll be back in like just a few minutes, and then we will continue sculpting. Bro, you cannot be freaking me out like this. Brother. Monty anxiety break, like for real. Like he's kidding. Hold on. Here, guys. I'll bring it on to stream. There he is. There he is. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this anxiety boy who decided right there I had to take a break because he thought there were ghosts. And so I had to show him every corner of the house is not haunted and he's okay. Sometimes he'll hear something and he's just like, we gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go check that out. If we don't check it out, I'm just gonna be here an anxious mess. So had to go show him there's no ghosts. We're okay. Every time. You freak me out. He's the type of dog that literally, like, it'll be like midnight and he decides, I'm actually gonna stare at the corner right here and just freak out at it. Like there was definitely something there, and he'll just stare at it. Not it's not a good vibe. It's not good. He definitely freaks me the hell out. But he's good right now. He's a good boy. He's a good boy now. Yes. Yes, you are. You're nice and calm now, right? You're not gonna freak me out anymore. No more freak. Okay, no. 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 Can you stop? See what I mean? See what I mean? He's just like, nah, there's something out there. There's nothing out there. Brother, there's nothing out there. You're gonna freak me out. You're gonna scare me. Look, it's okay. Here. You're good. Relax. Relax. You know what? One sec. One real quick sec. Stay. Stop it. He's afraid of his own shadow. Like, I put some white noise on out there so that he would stop like freaking out. Put a fan on. So hopefully he chills out. Relax. Everything's okay. There's no ghosts. Okay. Alright, back to this. What was I doing? Ah, yes. The compressing vest? No, it's he doesn't really like that thing, actually. Wait, what was I doing here? This? Doesn't really work. Not for that anyways. Not when he's expecting like an intruder or something. You know what I mean? Like he's very like if he doesn't expect an intruder, he's chill, but he's expecting an intruder today. He's just in that I think today is the day that we're going to get intruded. And he's ready. He's a guard dog. He's doing a good job, but maybe a little bit too much. Maybe a little too much. Little people in my walls. He's helping. Yeah, he's telling me about the people. See, he's calm now. His head's on the ground. He's chilled out. He chilled out. He just needed the white noise. He needed to, like, vibe. Booger shoot? What does that mean? What does that mean, Judah? Yeah, I know. Blue Point got shut down, but again, that's not the dev's fault, right? Like, this is not... You can't be, like, out here saying that devs are lazy and stuff. Like, they really are not. There's a lot more that goes into game creation. It's a very difficult thing in general. It's quite the endeavor. Devs are not lazy. that's not the reason why these studios get shut down. It's not the reason why people are laid off either. Like, spreading that narrative is not doing anything for, like, if you say that you really like games and you're spreading that, I'm sorry, but you kind of don't. You're making it really, like, weirdly political. If anything, you should be upset at the large number of acquisitions and the larger companies doing this in general, because these like in quotes restructures happen because of like these big acquisitions that happen, not because devs are lazy, not because devs don't know how to make a good game, not because devs need to like get with the program. And the more that you say that too, the more to actual devs it looks like you don't know what you're talking about. He is a frightening watchdog. He's extremely loud. He scares everyone. Anyways, I'll go back to the creature now. That's good enough. Yeah, exactly, Flop. Exactly. I'm just like really like tired of like this hate parade that's online for devs. It's like, bro, they're just making games. Why are you so mad at people who are just making games? You're a dev who hates other devs. That's super cool, dude. Like, I'm gonna say, like, you know, I'm not out here as an artist saying, oh, all other artists are, like, lazy. You're not blaming the devs. Well, whatever that comment was earlier, like, it really is charged. Oh, right, I changed that to this. I gotta change it back to regular smooth. Anyways. Like, the reason why I was on your butt, dude, is because of the high guard comment that you made. It's just like, that isn't the dev's fault, and it did feel like you were directing it towards the devs with your comment. Well, the problem is that there's too many models where it's just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna create a, like, this is from higher ups, right? Like, there's too many of these like live service games that they want to create that need immediate success with like a huge turnaround in profits, like, immediately. And if they don't see that, then they're like, okay, well, let's just recoup our losses, get the tax benefit for like filing whatever the frig they file in whatever country they're in at the time. Usually in the States, but not always. It always comes down to like money and what they are thinking is going to be like their return. The thing is too, like, just because like a game didn't make the return that was projected, it doesn't mean that it was completely unsuccessful either. It's just unsuccessful in the eyes of whatever standard they had created for themselves. When it comes to like big business too, they're looking for year-over-year growth. So even if a game is still like, it still has like a player base, etc., if like their live service isn't creating more revenue than the year before, it's considered on the path to failure, which is like, you know, kind of nuts. everyone and their dogs within the company. Company dogs, they're at fault. It's the company dog's fault. Well, on top of that too, a lot of the time you can't show the work that you've done. You've like poured yourself into years and years of something. I mean, I've been there, not in terms of game dev, but in terms of like work that I'm just not allowed to share from the film and TV industry. It goes into a vault and that's it. You're not allowed to show that, and then it's done and you're off to a new thing. It's like, okay, well, what did you just do for the last few years? NDA. Can't show. They decided to shelve the thing. They decided to not greenlight it. They decided to cancel it. Whatever it may be. Yeah, if the company is just like completely done, poof, then... And that's not always the case either. Like sometimes the IP will be tied externally. For example, like when I was working at ARC, and a lot of the stuff that I was doing like was for Elena of Avalor, for example. That's a Disney IP, so it's still under Disney, like Disney's discretion. So even though the company went under, it's like, whoa, now you still can't show some of the stuff that you worked on. There's just like a lot of control in these industries, like a lot of control over their artists and the IPs of the studio. Like once you get hired to a place, it's less about being hired as your own personal artist, less more about being hired as somebody to create said IP. It's not always true. Definitely not always true, but there are a number of things like a number of places like that now. I like the idea of that just being totally flat right there. Think Let's see. I think that I want to make this a little bit more like it's up over top of the rock. I'm gonna do that. Let's go ahead and grab this whole thing. And then this one. All right, what are you guys talking about? Oh, okay. How deep should you go learning anatomy for creatures? I mean, you're never gonna stop learning anatomy for creatures. I'm still learning. I'm never gonna stop. It's sort of like a constant thing. But I'd say you definitely want to get some of like the main ones in your arsenal. So you're gonna want, like, you know, a reptile, you want to dive into bird anatomy, you want to dive into canine and feline, and then probably equestrian as well, like so horse, because they're all different. But the thing is, like, you can't, and also on top of that, you can't skimp on learning human anatomy, because all mammals kind of share the same properties. Like, we all have like this, like, I guess like the same starting points, and then they're just kind of like put around differently. Like, they're all pushed around differently, right? So a lot of what creature design is kind of learning those points and then how to like push them around. This one's like too splayed out where it's make this work. Hey Car, how's it going? Yeah, exactly, Flop. There's a... yeah. Yeah, you want to be on good terms, that's for sure. For sure. Bow, bow. Live service has changed gaming in a good and way and bad way. Yeah, I know. If anything, I feel like the gamification of like literally everything is kind of the biggest negative here in terms of live service games. Like it's great in a sense that like some people can just like remain employed for a long time. That's cool. And they're, you know, and then people have like a game that they can keep coming back to. The problem is like the monetization of the games can be really egregious, and then every company ever thinks like, oh, that's the model in order to be successful, like we need to do live service. Meanwhile, there's entire like untapped markets for like story-driven games. And there's some that are trying to do, like Blizzard tries to do kind of like a mix between story-driven and live service. But you know, everything is kind of turned into live service. Like all of their games are like live service now. Like AAA usually just means at this point, almost always it means live service in some way, shape, or form. Hey Engine, what's up? guess I could keep that like large. Let's keep pushing this. Yeah, no worries. See you, Flop. Have a good evening. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for flopping by. No, I don't understand. That's what you meant earlier? What? Now I understand that's what I was trying to say? Wait, what? What are you talking about? Are you behind in the stream or something? Or am I just like missing context? Just do one side and then like you could always do the other. Pose it if I wanted to. know what? I need to save. I have not been saving. I also have to like come through here and figure out what parts are fleshy and stretchy versus anything else. Kind of have to like create some sort of a logic for the shapes here. We will get to. I'm just kind of creating that flow first though. This should pop out. Hey KDA, what do I render my shots with? Keyshot? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I'm starting to play with Unreal, but for the most part, it's Keyshot. I'm gonna do something here. Yeah, Unreal's pretty cool so far. The I'm spending a little bit more time trying to like understand the shaders, like how to set up the shaders. It's definitely a different process than I'm used to with film, but very fun. I like seeing changes in real time. That's actually one of the biggest pluses. Keyshot is expensive. Yeah, the only reason why I use it is because I got a perpetual license, like from a while ago. I think I won it. Oh, right, yes. I did win it. From the 2020 ZBrush Sculpt off, they gave me a keyshot license, the perpetual one. So it's not perpetual anymore. They don't support that. So if I lost the key for it, I'd be screwed. Out of keyshot, but yeah, the cyberpunk, yeah, not the steampunk, not cyberpunk. Yeah, Marmoset's pretty decent for more like real-time based rendering. No, I know, I forget too. I forget that it feels like it's been eons ago. So long ago. Actually kind of crazy. Thank you, KDA. BPR render isn't bad, but no real cameras, so it's not great for portfolio shots. It's like fine if you're gonna do stylized stuff, or if you're gonna do more like, even for concept, you can create some pretty cool looks and stuff. If you're not always going for a direct like PBR workflow, then the BPR renders and the stuff that you can do with just like the matte caps and poly paint, you can get some really nice looking stuff just in ZBrush alone. Like, it's actually very powerful if you figure out how to use it. All right, good night, Bobbles. The metric system doesn't stink, bro. I have a dark joke about that, but I can't say it here. I heard it and I was like, Maybe I'll save it for another stream. Hey, Leonard, what's good? No, do it this way. ZModeler, but you can't say them also. I mean, ZModeler is really good though. I use it so much. I used to never use it, and I use it all the time now. Because it's like, it's one of those things where if you don't have to jump to another program, it just saves you like all kinds of time. Lower the resolution on this, it's too high. Going places, the kitchen, the living room, and the backyard. Hey man, it's nice that you have a backyard to go to. It's nice that you have all of those places to pace around in. Your enclosure has much enrichment. I'm crate trained. Yeah, be like that, man. Me too. Pretty well crate trained. Who's a good artist? Who's a good artist? For what it's made for, but compared to other 3D softwares, it's different in how it works. Yeah, it is. It's just different. I agree. ZBrush is a 2.5D program first and foremost, right? So the cameras don't work exactly the way that others do, and it's also not set up for PBR. Leonard. Wait, why did Nightbot? Nightbot, what the hell? Oh, you can't put 5 emotes in a row? Okay, fine. Whatever. I guess this channel doesn't let you put 5 emotes in a row. I saw it anyways. I still saw it. I saw the Montus. And it also showed up on stream, so Nightbot, really, who are you fooling? Alright, let's have some fun up here. Since we've got most things kind of blocked out anyways. I'm gonna put down plane. Be like water. Keep it to 3. Yeah, you better. You better. You've been warned. I'm running out of tea. Get me some more tea. Okay, let's actually like design this head here, since it's just kind of like a series of shapes that we're doing right now. Kind of get in there, give it some more resolution. Yes. Great. I have to figure out how this jaw is going to hinge here. You heard P, not T? Wait, what did I say? What did I say? Oh no. What'd I do? Oh, I need more. Well, I think both are true. What focal length would you recommend to render your models? Your 3D teacher almost spat your coffee when you said something around 150 millimeters. So if you do 150 millimeters, that's like really, like, that's close, like that you're starting to get close to like a more orthographic type, like you're really flattening what it is that you're seeing. If you go something like 35, then you're gonna get more, like a little bit more fish eye lens. So it depends on what it is that you're going for. If you're gonna render something like a kaiju in a city, you would want to go with something that has like a large field of view, or like a large, like a higher millimeter. Like, so sometimes I render my like far shots with like 300 millimeter or something like that, right? It really depends on like the look that you're going for. When it comes to like character models, portraiture, for example, photography, a lot of it is like in a range of like 50 to 100 millimeters, depending on how flat of a image you want to get across. It's like 50 millimeters is really standard. Like that's like a default lens that you get with a lot of your cameras. But if you don't want so much of like a fisheye lens happening, then go something like 85 and just play around there, because that's usually good for like when you're talking about like photography. Now when it comes to like the human eye, like our eye, it's hard to like really replicate that in 3D. So that's not really the metric that I'm going off of. It's more of like when you're doing things based on like photography, like what lens type would you be using per situation, and it really just depends on what you want your model to look like. So if you do render things at 150 millimeters, that's going to end up looking a lot more flat than something that you would render at like 35. You're going to get like a really pushed back face. So here, I can show you like like one of those good examples. Where's the GIF? There's like a GIF. This one. Let me find it really quick. Here. So you can see, put it on my Cintiq. Oh, no, sorry. Here. So you can see the difference in terms of like the focal length, how that starts to flatten the person's face. So when you're doing like character renders, you don't want it like super flat a lot of the time, unless like you're doing something maybe like pushback large scale. Your intent is to really flatten the image. Otherwise, you're looking at like a lower range, maybe like I was saying, like 50 to 85. It really depends on your taste. But if you go like 20, you can see how like thinned out big nose kind of like it creates. Meanwhile, that's not really like what his proportions look like all the time. Like what's true to your eye in real life, or in this case, like what do you want to be portraying? So if you ever like opened up your front cam on your phone and you looked at yourself like close up, you'll notice like a lot of your features are like really like you've got a big nose and like, you know, it's pushed back quite a bit. And then you turn to a different camera on the back and you take it from further away, you're gonna like, oh yeah, that's more like what I look like in the mirror, right? And that's just the difference between lens type. The front cam actually uses a, like, I don't actually know, it depends on like the camera that you have, but it's a lower millimeter. So hopefully that's like, it gives you some insight. There is no like right or wrong answer here, unless you're going, if you're doing something like likeness sculpting, and you have references, then you're gonna want to try to match as close to whatever that reference image might be using as a camera. Otherwise, like, yeah, no right or wrong answer, you know? Yeah, approximately is the key here, because it's like very difficult to replicate what the human eye is, just because of our like field of view actually goes like backwards. So it's actually very like panoramic. So actually achieving what the human eye looks like directly is not really a thing, unless like you're in sort of like a VR headspace or area, and even that is like, Have I ever modeled myself? I mean, I answered this a while ago. There was like this really horrible scan that I took a long time ago at work. And then we kind of turned myself into a goblin, but other than that, no. No, I don't think I have. I mean, in an abstract sense, yes, I have. Not directly, but it's like self-portrait adjacent, but it's more like based on an experience, is the torsion sculpt / illustration that I did. But that's like adjacent. That's like self-portrait adjacent. That's not really like, oh, you see my face. Now, I've sculpted myself in real life. I've done self-portraits with like real clay. When I was in school, I've done self-portraits in oil pastel. I've done self-portraits in graphite. Done digital self-portraits, but I've never like done a ZBrush self-portrait. It is important though, like if you're ever getting into art, I think everybody should be doing at least one self-portrait because it's very difficult. We all view ourselves a certain way, but when you actually have to be objective about that, it changes how you see yourself. And it also teaches you to just like look rather than be like, yeah, this is how I look based on how I feel. I mean, you can do that, right? But if you do like an objective self-portrait rather than one that is like style, like, you know, this is an emotional experience or whatever, you're gonna see how different how you actually see yourself and feel about yourself versus it can be very humbling, essentially. And then breaking past that is actually not a bad thing. Makes us all stronger artists at the end. Yeah, I've done, like I said, I've done many self-portraits in the past, but in terms of ZBrush sculpting, no. I have not done that. Past being silly. I am no stranger to self-portraits, though. We should all do a self-portrait at some point. Let's see. So if this is going to be the jaw right here, to kind of figure this out. Maybe I'll have all of this be meat. And then if I sculpted a sibling, No. I've drawn and painted my siblings, but I've never sculpted them. Oh yeah, no, that's definitely not true for me. When it came to the doing a self-portrait, for me, it was actually like, oh, it's maybe I'm not as like bad and like you know, I think different people can have different experiences with doing self-portraits, but it's one of those things too, like, are you able to look past like the flaws that you have in yourself and then see that as like just a natural beauty, I guess? Because everybody has one side of their face that's like there's not really like a symmetry that goes on. It's very rare to see somebody extremely symmetrical. You're gonna notice things like one eye is higher up than the other. Totally normal. Everybody has that. Your teeth aren't perfectly straight. It might even feel like your teeth do something like this, or like, you know, and it's, you notice a whole bunch of different things, but then you realize like on a day-to-day, that doesn't really like affect anything, you know? Like, these are all just part of what make me me. And the fact that there are all of these little unique things, I should be proud of that and happy that I don't look exactly the same as everyone else, right? I have sculpted my dog. Like, life is way too short to be worried about if your eyebrows are perfectly symmetrical, or if your jaw sticks out enough, or if your nose is tiny enough, or if it has a bump on it, or any of that. It's way too short for that. And if you're an artist, you can actually look at all of these features and be like, these are really nice. Like, for me, I really like wrinkles. I love wrinkles. I love wrinkles. And the more, like, if you're like afraid of wrinkles, just sculpt some wrinkles. You'll learn to love them. They're so much fun. And if they're so much fun, why would you hate them? You know what I mean? Like, wrinkles are great, in my opinion. Slowly morphing into your parents is a scary thought. Yeah, and sometimes people will take after one parent way more than the other. Kind of depends on the lottery that you got. Let me see if I can kind of find a logic here. So if all of that... this... Oh. And if it were to close, okay, so the inner part, I mean, it is like just on its own, it could look kind of cool like that. But let's see. So if it has to like pull from that side, then I should make some sort of like piece here. I'll break it off. Continue. So then that would be like the whole jaw. There was a study done on what people found attractive. People leaned towards faces that were symmetrical. They also found that people that were more symmetrical had more affairs. Yeah, I find those studies to be kind of interesting too, though, because it's a little bit like whenever you're trying to gauge something that is so subjective as attractiveness, like the same thing with like appeal and stuff like that. It's sort of like appeal is like another word for like general attractiveness, like maybe not in terms of like, oh, you look at a cartoon and you're like, that's attractive. Like, no, it's like you enjoy looking at it, like it feels good to look at. So symmetry is like makes sense because there is sort of like a harmony to everything. And nothing is like breaking your breaking up essentially like your flow of like your eyes, and nothing is stopping you to like look and focus on any particular thing, so it feels easy. Symmetry basically is like another way of just saying easy. Attractive is just another way of saying easy. Appeal is just another way of saying easy. You know, you look at something and you're not immediately like drawn to something that makes you go like, that doesn't feel right. Like, why is it like that? You know, it doesn't make you spend extra time on something in a way that gets you thinking in a not easy way, essentially. That's one way that you can look at it. So when it comes to like those studies about like that are so subjective, it's like that is maybe that subset of people that would essentially look at things in that manner, or maybe the questions or the pictures that were presented were through that lens. Anything that is really subjective is a generally like hard thing to measure, but it is like an interesting finding in general, where you would like I just said, like symmetry just is easy. And I don't mean that negatively either. Easy doesn't mean bad, right? But it also just doesn't always mean good either. When you see your own soul in yourself sculpture, then you know you did good. Yeah, if you can recognize yourself. Because if it is like a self-portrait of any kind, regardless of how you ended up doing it, it's important for it to feel like it's you. So regardless of if it looks like you, objectively, subjectively, if you feel good about it and it does feel like you, then you have done a good job. Depending on what your goal was when you first started out doing it. Because if you're starting a self-portrait and the goal is to represent yourself, how you see yourself, rather than objectively and what you are objectively looking at and trying to get that one-to-one in a cold sense, rather in a subjective viewpoint, hey, this is me from my eyes, then yeah, you did a great job. It all comes down to what your goal was when you started. Anything in art always comes down to like what the goal was. Okay, so this can be kind of like, okay, that's why. It's sort of like a hinge area. Okay, I did carve that out, but I don't want that there. You create like hinge here. Essentially all of that would just be going up and down as it bites, so it come down anyways. Your friend's kid morphed their faces together, boys and girls. They found that their eyes and nose didn't change from one to the next, but they all looked uniquely different. That's cool. Yeah. Certain features are very like, they're very prominent. My brothers and I are kind of like a gradient. We were kind of like a gradient, so I was sort of like dead in the middle. Even like with my grandma, like kind of had like a bunch of features from all of them. And then one of my brothers was more like my mom. And then my other brother was very much like my dad. It was kind of like a gradient. Hey, Lord. It's doing good, doing good. Hi, Green. As an aspiring 3D artist, you feel like you need to ask, how exactly do you improve your current to the current level? Oh, okay. So if you're like stuck, how are you stuck? I think that's the right question, is like, how are you getting stuck? Do you feel like, you know, no matter how much you reference, you're not growing? Or do you feel like certain parts of anatomy are making you stuck? Are you confused on like how to get into from like shapes into like detail? There's different ways that you can get stuck, so you tell me, I can maybe guide you a little bit. But As your brother and I have aged, you look a lot more like. When you were kids, you look different. Yeah, that's also interesting. That's another interesting thing that like you can grow into your features. Yeah. I've noticed that like with my brother. Hi Jang, how are you? Anatomy, and you can't seem to make a complete sculpt. Your characters are off proportionally. You can't seem to get out of the blockout stage. Okay, yeah, so that's like super common, probably because like you're getting a little bit like choked up, a little scared, that things are just like not right, that you're not doing it right. So I think one thing for sure is you need to get a little bit more loosey-goosey with things. If you're like too precious about stuff, you're going to not make any progress. So one, get it in your head, it's okay to fail. You're gonna fail a whole bunch, and it's okay if your sculpt doesn't work out. I would say you need to just push past that. So get the whole block out in, like just shove it down. You see how, like, you know, when I'm doing these sketches, I'm just shoving things down, pulling it, stretching it. Don't worry, you can always dynamesh things. If that's what you need to do to get past that kind of blocking area, then that's what I would recommend. And then once you start to feel a little bit more comfortable with the clay, that's when you're gonna start growing, because I don't think you're comfortable enough with just pushing and pulling things and getting stuff together. I think it can be a little bit scary at first. So anatomy, what I would recommend is anatomy for sculptors if you don't already have it. And just try to do individual body parts at first. You don't need to block out your entire character right out the gate, especially if it's still in that stage of like, hey, this is not feeling super comfortable for me and I can't get past this blockout stage because I just feel like I'm doing things wrong. Just focus on just doing the arm. Focus on just doing a skull, right? And then once you start getting more comfortable, you're gonna notice that you're gonna be able to do bigger and bigger concepts, bigger and bigger characters, more pieces. Like maybe you do an arm and then now you can move on to a full like bust where you're doing the head, you know, torso and arms together, but you don't do the legs yet. right? And then you keep moving past that. If that's what you need to do to push past that point of like blockout paralysis, then that's what I would recommend as well. Just try getting in some sketches and being loose with it and get comfortable with how the clay reacts, digital clay reacts, just so that you aren't so afraid to move in any which direction. Because again, just going in one direction, any of them is still good, rather than just, you know, starting a blockout and then leaving it and being like, no, I can't do it, you know? So just like, you know, sometimes you just gotta brute force your way through it. And then there's like other approaches that you can mix in with that too. Let's say you're done with like your sketches, you're getting all your sketches out, you're feeling a little bit more confident. That's when you can start to reel back a little bit with the like Lucy and whatever. And now you can start to think about the character blockout as, you know, just primitive shapes, and try to match a proportion of, let's say, a character that you find online. There is this see-through option right here. So you can put your character as a image behind ZBrush, and then just start taking cylinders and cubes and creating the base proportions and matching it with the see-through, seeing if you got the head the same-ish size, the body the same-ish size, and then you can work on your sketching on top of that to try and get the anatomy going that way as well. So you can match reference with the see-through here. You could also bring it in through the texture. So if you load in a texture here and then say spotlight, you can bring it in that way. I personally like to use a see-through when doing like quick studies, and then have like pure ref on the other monitor, because if you're matching proportions, it's nice to just have a toggle like this, right, where you can kind of see directly rather than an image beside. Personal preference, up to you. But that's what I would do if I had to go back. Honestly, when I was first starting, that is what I did, is I just kind of like brute forced my way, because I didn't know, like when I first started getting into ZBrush, it wasn't like, oh yeah, this is definitely what I'm doing for a living. Like I was in animation, I was in animation school, so traditional animation, 2D animation, and I just picked up ZBrush because my current partner, then classmate, was using it, and I was like, that looks really cool, I want to play around with that. So that's my mindset getting into it, is I was like, that's really cool, I want to mess around with it. And I would just keep like messing with it, and I would just keep like, my earliest works, I would just throw stuff down and it did not look good, but I was having fun. And I think that's a really important part about learning and getting comfortable with the software. If you want to see like some of the stuff that I started out with, let's see if I can find it for you. If not, then whatever, but I'll try. First sculpts, yeah, there we go. So some of my absolute first stuff that I did, not the very first, but some of the first stuff, like I didn't know how to use alphas or polypaint or get things in the right proportions. I was just pushing and pulling. So here, look at this, look at this. Okay, so stuff like this, right? I was just, I wasn't doing anything right. I wasn't doing anything right, but you just kind of like do that. You mess up a whole bunch, make some pretty ugly stuff. Wait, let's see. Yeah, like you make some like pretty ugly, like simple, silly stuff. And then from there, right, oh yeah, my very first 3ds Max. Oh my God, look, 2010. And then from there, you grow, right? You just make a bunch of mistakes as long as you're having fun, and then you can keep building on that. And another thing too is like stepping backwards from what you're doing, and then coming back to it after a break is a really important thing too, and then analyzing it from there, like what can you do better. I was gonna like make these bits right here, like ear, I think, ears. Yeah, no worries, Green. You use Blender most of the time, you're gonna switch, but you gotta prove your worth. Man, honestly, like Blender's a great place to get started with sculpting. I think ZBrush definitely has the bigger tool set when it comes to like sculpting just a wide variety of different things. Like it's quite literally a specialized program, but also like Blender is great to get started, so. But I'm on the ZBrush channel here. I mean, personally, I will be using ZBrush because I like it. And I am a sculptor. Do I want that to be... I like it, but I'll play around with this shape a little bit more. Hi, Vinay. How are you? I'm good. I'm getting a little hungry, though. I'm gonna go for another 40 minutes. Get this looking a little more interesting. This little claws. Psychodactyl action. Bring this one out too then. Grippy hand. Put a lot of weight into this one. Guess, like, could do a secondary creature real quick. These are like a bunch of little ones. these guys. Make them like tiny. Oh, freaked out there. Okay. Just take these guys. We give that a decimate. X. These guys. Put 'em like this. What's going on here? Noise. What can we do here to do water? Oops. Nice plug. Like a Voronoi. Yeah. The noise. Give me some noise here. Just like... That's too much noise. 0.1. Eh. Wait, can I like maybe reset that? These? No, that's not gonna... I wanted to like flatten that. Wait, do they have that inside of the noise plug? Squared length. That's not the right one. No, these are just like the different methods. I guess you can't. Ooh. Ah, that's a sparkly one. I didn't even realize that you could do that. Minkowski Voronoi. I don't think I've ever played with that. Wait, I just want to see. Oh my god, sparkles with a Voronoi. No way. Okay, now I know. That's a lot of different levels to that. And there's tile. I think I'm just gonna do first. Say okay. Say okay. Mask. Bring it up. And this one we can like something stylized to help the water effect. Cool. I think I should take off the RGB on that. Oh my gosh. Is that on that too? Yeah, it is. Get rid of that. Oh, word. Yeah, I don't want that. My bad. I think overall, I'll just hit this. Okay. Less blue. Calm it down a little bit. It's too deep, dark. Dynamesh actually. Ooh, wait, no, my bad. Right, because it's a plane. I didn't make this a square. Just give it more juice. It'll be fine. Whoosh. Sometimes I find if you're doing like special effects, you gotta make the noise. Whoosh. Whoosh. I can just use a separate brush for that later at some point. Whatever. Choppy it up. You know what? We could probably even come in here, do another one and make it even smaller. Say, okay, mask. And give it some choppiness. Do create like some foam, so we could do just inflate with a spray. I think overall we're gonna have to give it another noise pass. Not this one. Just regular. We need a noise plug. Let's do spheres, yes. Turbulence, no. Maybe a Paralin. Paralin? Ooh. Ooh, yes. Yummy. Yes, please. Mask. Bring that up just a tad. Go. And whoosh whoosh. This would be better if I did it with like an actual piece of geometry so I could keep dynameshing, but you know how it is. We're here. We're gonna live with our mistakes. It's fine. Less saturated. Head and grab some masking. Boop, boop, boop. We're almost done here for today. Cool beans. Cool beans. Wait, no. I'll just like shove these guys in here, and then I'm gonna use a different method for this since I didn't make it a two-sided piece of geometry. I want the like splashes. I want the splashes. I'm gonna go over, get a brush. Or actually, do I have it saved in my light box? Let me just see really quick. In my miscellaneous brushes. Is it in this one? Yeah, my splash brush. Okay. Oh. Whoa. go back to the splash brush. Find something else in here. Maybe one of the smaller ones. Hello. Hello. Allow me to select. Thank you. When you're creating like crashing waves, for example, like remember that they kind of like go down before they come up. Like wave goes whoosh. Think of the force. I think that's like good enough for now. Could probably, you know, make it more so, but I think that's fine. We did like a whole scene here, which is more than we normally do. I think that's pretty fun. So we did dragon-y thing in the water on some rocks, grappling them with a whole bunch of tiny versions, just flapping around in the wind. All right, seems pretty neat. Let me just like quickly cut off the bottom here of these guys so that it like shows relatively well when I'm putting it on the screen here. Go. I'm gonna save. All right, bling. Sorry, woke y'all up. Perspective, and here I'll keep it like this. Yay! Is this a good angle? Maybe like that. Yeah, okay, great. All right, all, thank you all so much for coming. It was a very laid back stream today, very chill. So if you're interested in other people's workflows, you know, things that are less sketchbook related, more like, hey, yeah, this is gonna actually go into a specific pipeline. There's a lot of other artists here that don't only do sketch stuff. Like they also do like retopology and, you know, assets for games, assets for animation, you know, like there's a bunch of different artists here. So wherever you're watching, be it YouTube or Twitch, follow Max on ZBrush Live, and you're going to be able to see everybody who goes live. Usually it's like a daily thing. Like there's lots of artists that stream here. Also, if you're interested in me and my own personal channel for Twitch, I do have my own channel. I'm going to be streaming there tomorrow as well. I'll put it in the chat. And then I'll also, if you are interested in any of my socials where I drop art and whips, etc., you can check out acube.art /links. Sorry, I'll drop it again. My bad. That was just my regular one. There you go. Or you could click get it right here, acube.art/links. Follow me on anything, and you'll know when I go live next. And I will see you tomorrow on my channel if you do follow me there. All right. Thank you all so much. Have a good night. See you.